Went twice. Went 3 times. Continue on down. Then item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read the agenda into the record, then we could go on from there.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Nomination Council special meeting via telecommunication in Winterot, Navajo Nation, Thursday, January 20, 2022, Friday, January 21st, 2022. Proposed agenda. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker, Seth Damon, 24th Nomination Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There's 1 journal, January 13th, 2022. 5, receive reports. 9, 6, old business, none. 7, new business. New business A, legislation 0257-21. B, legislation 0111-21. C, legislation 0112-21. D, legislation 0119-21. E, legislation 0251-21. F, legislation 0009-22. 8, close the meeting. Announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Halona?
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that motion by Honorable Halona. Second. Second by Honorable Edison Juanica. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions to our agenda this morning?
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Good morning, Honorable Brown. Floor is yours, Honorable Brown.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you. My apologies. I wanted to get an update from Navajo, Washington office on the John Lewis Act. I know the state of Arizona Senator Kristen Sinema was not really speaking in favor. And I think this is something that leadership should be aware of with the Navarro, the Native American Voting Rights Act, is included in this legislation. So as Native Americans, we're already facing challenges for our Navajo people. And I know that this is, with the state of Arizona turning from blue to red. So I think we as leadership should be aware, and we should have had a legislation regarding this John Lewis Voting Rights Act. So if I can request Ms. Santi Lewis with Navajo, Washington office, since she is charged with being our eyes and ears in Washington, D.C., to give us an update so we are all aware, and to make sure that we have Navajo Nation election offices, the commissioners to be on board, as well as the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission have been working diligently on voting rights in all 3 states. So, Speaker, when can I make that request for a brief report on that? Go ahead.
Honorable Brown, that request would actually have to come at this time. There'd be an amendment, adding on a report from Navajo Nation, Washington, D.C. office. Is that what you're wanting to do, Honorable Brown?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to receive a report from Navajo, Washington office on the John Lewis Voting Rights Act.
All right, amendment number 1, motion by Honorable Brown to have a report indicated, as he just stated, an update on the Voting Rights Act, or the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. And this would be a report being given by Navajo Nation, Washington office, specifically Miss Santi Lewis.
Speaker.
Before I get a motion to comment on the amendment, Chairman, let me get a second first.
I'll second, sir.
Okay. Second by Chairman Yazzie. Go ahead, Chairman.
Speaker, to Honorable Brown, on this amendment to add on, I was wondering if we can also include, but not at this NABI, at the next NABI, if we can have a report from IHS, from David Brown, for IHS with David Brown and Rosalind So, in reference to all the water lines that are pending, and so they are aware of the water line that's pending. I know NTUA and entities are waiting, but we like to hear from IHS what we can do to help, if that's okay with Ms. Honorable Brown, not at this NABI, but the next NABI. Okay, Speaker and Mr. Honorable Brown, colleagues.
With that, Chairman Yazzie, what we'll do is I'm having staff just indicated that request, so we'll send out the invite to them for the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting to present.
Okay, Speaker. Thank you, sir.
All right. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 1?
Daniel here. Mr. Chair.
Oh, good morning, Honorable Daniels.
Yes,
What was yours?
thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, kudo. Naabik'íyáti committee members, Maslendigi, Senat, Maslendigi, kudo, yeah. Kudo, Delegate Brown, and Delegate Chair Yazzie. Thank you for your amendment, kudo. So, Shapito, kudo, asking for a modification to the amendment to include legislation 0005-22 to be added onto the agenda, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Request to modify Honorable Brown for legislation 005-22. Let me go to Mr. Rico to have that legislation's heading read into the record before I get the ask for that request.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0005-22 is an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $419,718 from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance UUFB to the Division of Community Development to fund chapter official stipends for the remainder of FY 2022, waiving 12 NNC, Section 820E, Section 820F, and Section 820J to allow the use of the UUFB for recurring expenses. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. and co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, there's a request to modify Honorable Brown. Add on
I
legislation.
concur. I agree.
Okay, legislation 005-22. That. Thank you very much. Honorable Chairman Yazzie, you good with the second on the modification?
Yes, sir, Speaker. Speaker?
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, any other
Okay.
comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Chairman, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, let me go to Honorable Wilson Stewart first and then Honorable Otto. So Honorable Stewart, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Chairman. To the Muslim Party on the amendment CG, asked to add on legislation 0003-22. To the speaker.
Okay, thank you. There was a request to modify legislation 0003-22. With that, let me go to Mr. Rico first, get that read into the record, and then I'll ask for the modification. Mr. Rico?
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0003-22 is an act relating to the Resource and Development Committee, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and Navajo Nation Council allocating $900,000 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB to the Division of Economic Development Tourism Department for personnel and operating expenses for the remainder of fiscal year 2022, waiving 12 NNC, Section 820E, Section 820F, and Section 820J to allow use of the UUFB for recurring expenses. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That Honorable Brown is a request to modify add-on legislation 003-22 to your amendment.
I agree, Abira. Thank you.
Thank you. That Chairman Yazzie as a second. Are you good with the modification?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That moving on down, Honorable Otto So, floor is yours at this time.
Yes, I would like to modification to his amendment to add on legislation 0006-22 and 0010-22. Thank you.
You said 0010.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Otto So, legislation 0006-22. That action or that legislation is ready for action at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Unfortunately, Honorable Otto So, legislation 0010-22 still needs to go to Law and Order Committee, then the Budget and Finance Committee, and then to NABI. So unfortunately, it can't act on legislation 0010-22. So is your request to modify
Okay,
just to
thank
add
you.
on 006?
Yes, 0006.
Okay,
Thank you.
that, Mr. Rico, could you read that heading in before I ask for a recognition of the modification?
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0006-22, an action relating to Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, establishing the Diné Relocatee Fund. Legislation is sponsored by Vice Chair Otto So and co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. Mr. Speaker.
With that, can you hear me now? That Honorable Brown, there's a request to modify to add that legislation 006-22 onto your modification. Actually,
Delegate Brown concurs for 006-22. Yeah.
Great. With that, going back to Chairman Yazi as a second, are you good with the modification?
10-4, sir. Roger.
Okay. Thank you. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Any other further comments or questions on Amendment 1?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Would you like to speak on Amendment 1?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, floor is yours, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Good morning. Speaker, I'd like to add 0002-22 onto the agenda. This is a legislation that is being sponsored by Delegate Eugene So. I am a co-sponsor on that legislation. Delegate Eugene So is at a different meeting, but like it is Naabik'íyáti. Thank you, Speaker.
With that, adding on legislation as a recommendation to Amendment number 1, legislation 0002-22. Mr. Rico, could you read the heading into the record?
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0002-22 is an action relating to the resource and development, the health, education, and human services, the law and order, and the Naabik'íyáti committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, amending Title 17 of the Navajo Nation Code to establish criminal penalties for vicious dog and other animal attacks. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Brown, there's a request to modify on your Amendment 1 to adding on legislation 0002-22.
Delegate Brown concurs. Yeah.
Thank you very much. With that, Chairman Yazi, as a second, you concur with the modification?
Speaker, sir. Yes, sir.
And thank you. That, colleagues, any other further comments, questions, additions, or deletions on Amendment number 1?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Speaker and colleagues. Appreciate the prayer, Mr. Winika, earlier in today's session. Speaker, if I could ask, can we ask our IT team or our PIOs, is there a way that we can also, I'm on Zoom and I like to follow Zoom because I can see the legislations that are being added and the action being taken. Is there a way that we could project that onto the live stream just so that we could follow the legislations and individuals who are interested in the legislations are aware that that's being added to the agenda? Thank you, Speaker.
I'm sure, Amber Crotty, I will definitely get in contact with, it would be both the IT department and the PR team to see if that is possible. Thank you. With that, colleagues, any other further comments, questions on Amendment 1? Twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty again. I do have a question.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Go ahead.
So thank you. If I could ask the amending party, are you adding, so this would be the first report and then the legislations would be A, B, C, D. Is that the intent of the amendment? If I could get clarification. Thank you, Speaker. I'd support that. Thank you.
Starting with 005, it's gonna be G, H, I, and J.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair McCarty. With this, adding on from legislation 005 would be the new G, 003 would be the new H, 0006 would be the new I, and 0002 would be the new J on the agenda, if this motion passes. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, Member Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. If I could ask the amending party to clarify and to add, since all of these legislations are headed to council, that the report, designate where the report should be located, and then to add these legislations A, B, C, D, so that we can move forward to council. Thank you, Speaker.
I understand your second about moving the legislations up, Madam Chair, but can you reiterate the, I guess, your recommendation for the report?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I actually don't have a recommendation. I'd leave it up to the motioning party. If they could identify where, if they're adding this into the report section, then that's where I'll be as report A. I just need clarification. Thank you, Speaker.
We go back to Honorable Brown.
Oh, yeah, dear Speaker. I don't thank you, Shimasana, for the question. I would leave it as it is. I know that previously we would lose quorum or people would leave before hearing the reports. I would like to, these reports are very important. And if we can keep a time limit on these reports and get to the point, a high level report to where council understands the gravity of all these reports. So I'll leave it reports then legislations. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. Just for the record too, we are reaching out to Nomination Washington office. Again, as stated, as always, when we're adding on legislation, I don't know if they're going to be ready, available immediately, but I am taking this as an action. So thank you very much again, Honorable Brown, and everyone who's added on to the amendment number 1. So with that, colleagues, any other further comments, questions on amendment 1? Once, twice. One, 3 times. Let's go to the board on amendment 1.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty. Delegate Brown did not indicate the order of the legislation. Or was that, did I miss that part? Thank you.
My understanding, he did indicate that he said that he'd leave it alone the way it is. Honorable Brown.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'll just leave it the way that our colleagues have been adding to this. Let me, yes, that's my response. Yeah.
Okay. That, let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Key Allen votes green, thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Vote.
Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Odo So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Okay, yellow hair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas
Honorable-
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 20 delegates in favor, 0 opposed. With presiding chair not voting.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I do have a question.
With that, Speaker Damon, you have 21 delegates in favor.
Speaker, we have a text from Honorable Slater who votes green. So with that, you have 21 in favor, none opposed, chair not voting.
Okay, thank you very much for that. On Amendment 1, we have 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Moving on down on our main motion, Madam Chair Charles Newton, on the main
Speaker.
motion of the agenda.
Oh, sorry, Speaker, it's not on the main motion. It's with the vote. Speaker, I believe that Delegate Eugene So asked to be excused from 10:30 to, I believe he said, for an hour. He has a meeting with Representative Sosi and then also somebody from the Conservation Department. And I noticed that that it wasn't stated on the record that he was excused. Thank you, Speaker.
He'll be recognized as excused, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Just looking out for a colleague.
Okay. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions, additions, deletions? We are back on the main motion on our agenda, adopting our agenda.
Speaker, this is Doug McGay. I'm on the line now.
Hey, good morning, Honorable Elmer Begay. That going twice. Let's go to the board. Our second reading, and then go to the board on our agenda this morning. With one amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, you have one amendment. The other amendment is to include a report update report by the Navajo Nation Washington office regarding the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021, presented by Santee Lewis, Executive Director with the Navajo Nation Washington office. Also included with that amendment is the addition of legislation 0005-22, 0003-22, 0006-22, and 0002-22, as they will be new items G, H, I, and J. Mr. Speaker.
Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Speaker Kalen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesca Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesca Crotty votes green. Presiding Chair, Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Excuse me, Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Odo So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanita, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanita votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. One back out. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
This is Delegate Daniel So. I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable
Freeland votes
Thomas
green,
Walker
sorry.
Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 22 delegates in favor and 0 delegates that oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on the main motion, 22 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Now we do have an agenda before us, colleagues. Let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 4, which is review and adopt the journals. And you can see that on our agenda, it's stated January 13th, 2022 is the journal we're going to be accepting today. Colleagues, that journal was actually sent out yesterday at 1 p.m. On 1/19/2022 by Mr. Rico. What is the will of the committee? Motion accepted by Honorable Paul Vier, second by Honorable Edison Juanica. Any comments, questions, colleagues? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board, accept our journals. Our one journal dated January 13th, 2022.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Speaker Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul McGee votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kinas Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kinas Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kinas Bakrati did not vote. Presiding.
Deja, this is Delegate Claudia. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kinas Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Speaker Seth Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona votes green via text. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Odo So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Okay, Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. With that, you have 21 delegates in favor, 0 opposed, 2 delegates not voting, including myself.
Got 21 delegates in favor, 0 opposed. 21? Got 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 5. Is receiving reports. This is an update report from the Navajo Nation Washington office regarding the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Is there, colleagues, again, I don't know if Ms. Santee Lewis is on the line. Give us this update. As you know, again, this is a short notice. Ms. Lewis, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Santi.
Oh, great. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. I'm sure staff reached out to you and gave you a briefing on what council voted on to, or actually Naabik'íyáti committee voted on to have a report, particularly in this case of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, and just an overall update.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I can deliver that report.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. The floor is yours. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon again, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of Naabik'íyáti Committee. I appreciate this opportunity to provide an update on the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act. So this legislation was just incredibly important to Native Americans and many minority groups across the country. And actually, it was one of the most it was really the most important policy legislation of the Biden administration. So I think yesterday, as we all know now, it failed to pass the Senate. So again, because the Senate failed to pass the Freedom to Vote or the John R. Lewis Act, it's very frustrating for many people. But anyway, after the defeat, so I just wanted just to provide some background. So after the defeat of President Trump in the 2020 election, we saw that many Republican legislators in states around the country began passing new voting rules that Democrats believed targeted minorities to keep them from voting. So their solution was the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. And just to give you a brief overview of what the two bills included, the first of those bills would have made Election Day a federal holiday. It would have also have opened up early voting for 2 weeks prior to Election Day. It would have also have made voting by mail available for any reason. And it also would have expanded acceptable forms of ID for states requiring voter identification, as well as requiring organizations to spend more than $10,000 on campaigns to disclose all donors. And then, of course, it would require states to adopt independent election commissions to redraw congressional districts after each election. And the John R. Lewis Act also included the Native American Voting Rights Act, which many Navajo Nation entities worked on. And so we were all hoping to see the passage of both of these laws because of how many Navajo voters are disenfranchised. And so sadly, as we all witnessed yesterday, these bills failed in the Senate. And I think going into yesterday's vote, we all knew that Majority Leader Schumer, when he announced that he was moving these bills to the floor for debate and a vote on Sunday, we knew that we were up against a wall because Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema, and Senator, just recognizing that Senator Sinema is one of our senators, she actually stated very vocally that she would vote against reforming the filibuster, which put this bill into jeopardy. So what the filibuster is it's one of the oldest practices in the Senate, and it has been increasingly unpopular in recent years. And the idea behind it just really comes from a commitment to respecting the rights of every senator to weigh in on the issue. So it's just allowing them to debate, to share to share their point of view. However, when it comes to unlimited debate, it tends to kill whatever legislation is on the floor to be voted on. So many of them wanted to pass a rule of cloture, which means that that they would have to agree to a certain period of debate, and then they would have to then move it on to a vote. And so because they did not agree on reforming the filibuster, there was no reform, and then they had to put the bill to an actual vote. And so yesterday, as many folks knew, the vote was ultimately 52 or 48 to 52. And so again, these bills needed 60 votes to pass in the Senate, and they did not get that. And so I think many folks are still wondering what's going to happen. There's a lot of members of the Democratic Party who are blaming Senator Sinema and Senator Manchin for failing to end the filibuster. And I don't know if you guys watched the news yesterday, but they were really talking about the Black Congressional Caucus and how they're talking about how it's a new era of Jim Crow laws, just referring back to the time when Blacks and other minorities, including Native Americans, were kept from voting using sham rules like literacy tests or and essentially targeting them based on their race. And so many minorities feel that way at this time. So yesterday's dialogue around the failed voting rights and sort of what we're seeing is bringing that very dark history in the United States up. So I think the other part that I wanted just to mention before I conclude my report is that we were just looking at why Senator Manchin and Sinema voted the way that they did. And what they have both said is that they wanted to protect the filibuster, but they also wanted to support the voting rights legislation. Other senators, including Lisa Murkowski and Republican co-chair of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, she supported the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, but she could not support certain provisions of the Freedom to Vote Act. So there were different views on both pieces of legislation, and then also on the filibuster itself. And just due to the complication of all the rules and all that was at stake, it was interesting to see what happened with trying to reform voting laws across the United States. And I think at this point we just have to see what happens now. There has been no indication in the news about what the Senate or what members would like to do to help address some of the challenges to voting. But we will likely see something soon. So I hope that is helpful. I know you guys were very interested in knowing what happened with this act, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. That concludes your presentation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, can I get a motion to accept Ms. Lewis's report? Motion by Chairman Henio, second by Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Twice. Chairman Daniel
Speaker, this
Flo.
is
The floor is yours, Chairman.
Yeah, hello, Speaker, Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and Sinuntai colleagues of the committee, legislative staff, and Miss Santi Lewis, and all the folks on this Zoom and teleconference call. As the Senate had voted, and basically the move to vote down the filibuster, text messages were flying across my personal phone, and what was revealed is 19 states have passed 34 state legislations limiting access to voting. And each of the analysis basically targets voters that are not white, blacks, Hispanics, and indigenous people. And that is very worrisome. It's worrisome because we're in a trend of really having access to our right to vote and our right to exercise that constitutional right. And part of it, it really bothers me because way back in 1986, a group of us filed suit against Cuba Independent Schools District. And the school was found to be discriminating and again limiting access to voting. And as a result, then our group filed a complaint with the U.S. Justice Department to assure that Native Americans had been educated. And as a result, for more than 10 years, the U.S. Justice Department had stationed observers in each of the voting places where there was majority Native American voters. Number one, to make sure that they weren't turned away. And they queried the voters about their ability to vote, about their ability to register to vote. And so in that case, and because if you have received an email from me, in the signature portion, I have a quotation. It's credited to John R. Lewis. And in that aspect, I am a second generation Democrat. My children are third generation Democrat. And my grandchildren are fourth generation Democrats. As soon as they turn 18, each one of the grandchildren registered to vote. So in that aspect, many other Navajo families hold dearly the right to vote, the right to free speech. Why? Because we have relatives. We have relatives that were Navajo code talkers. They were decorated Korean War veterans and Vietnam War veterans. And we continue to have our Native descendants serve in the military to protect all those constitutional rights. And it just bothers me that a senator who won based on Native American vote in the state of Arizona would not protect the voting rights of the very people who voted her into office. And it's troubling. And so at this point in time, members of the Naabik'íyáti, we really have to re-emphasize the fact that our vote counts that are that we stand behind our votes, and those that don't help push for our rights then should be coming back and addressing this council. Right now, I'm so frustrated. I'm so dismayed that I'm at a loss for words on how to best proceed. But we, as the Native American voters of Arizona, need to convene to address this particular matter. On the New Mexico side, we had both senators stand for the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act, and they voted in the affirmative for it. So in that aspect, I really think we have to reevaluate who the other senator would be in Arizona. We know that Senator Mark Kelly voted with in favor of the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act. So I don't need a response. This is my comments to this particular report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So with that, let me go ahead and continue on down. I do have Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker, Navajo Nation, Naabik'íyáti committee members, and those that are listening abroad. This is news that's, I'm glad that Honorable Brown brought this forth. And thank you, Ms. Lewis, for bringing, Santi, for bringing this information to the council. My question to Speaker is, how soon will this impact the Navajo Nation? And how does the Navajo Nation address this as a whole? I mean, we are the largest land base and the largest by population. We are now facing voters' dilemma, I guess you could say, disenfranchised, certain things that's happening. What does leadership, how do we address this? Because I'm sure this will impact not only the Navajo Nation, but also the other 575 Indian nations across the United States. Would that be something that we could maybe call up the other Indian nations and Indian leaders and see what their thoughts are? Just thinking outside the box on that. How do we approach this? Because it's already been done and did with yesterday. So that's my question, Speaker. And get the word out to the chapters. I'm sure they'll be wanting to know the intricates on this. And is there maybe Santi could highlight some bullet points so that we could present this to chapters to educate them on what actually took place and what's happening. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Roger Smith. That we'll go on down. Honorable Keon Begay, and then I'll go back to the presenter. Jay, Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker Santa, check.
Oh.
Ado Kudo Nadindi Bishmas Unbe Dojiki. Good morning. Adams Santi Lewis, I appreciate the update. I was glued to the C-SPAN 2 yesterday all day on this particular vote and listened on both sides of what their arguments were. Similar to what we do on a daily basis whenever we have a meeting, council session, we have our position. I wish that we could also debate on our election system as well. I mean, as you know, that today, all of our election offices are closed. And we have a concern about a bill at DC level, but yet we haven't really done much to improve our own election system. I mean, people have been asking me that in order to get service at the chapter house, they had to be registered. So right now, one of my chapter told me that they're only being given 10 registered card to register as individual. Our own election office is not providing sufficient information to our Navajo people of how they could register to vote. Because unit Nandinigi wants to register for many reasons, obviously, especially with an election year this year for the Navajo Nation. I mean, we're still at the level where we have to. I mean, that's what's being discussed at DC. I mean, like for example, Chinle. I mean, in one location, it's just only the chapter house. Why can't there be multiple locations at these populated areas? So that way, not only one area of location of these election could be done. koko odat eko shi to ba yat hi ad kon hi akwade ni hilkas ade ki to sa hot zaki hot ada. I mean, you can easily on the at the federal level or state level, it's easy. You get online and register to vote. And then you receive your voter registration card back in the mail. Why isn't there a Navajo election office is also similar in that fashion? So I guess my point is that if we have a big concern to get a report on an action at the federal level, I mean, why can't we look at our own election administration as well? I believe, I don't know if it's still the case, but I see 2 vacancies in that particular office. Although I think 1 vacancy of a representative election board. So over that age on here, we really don't make an assessment of our own situation, but we also address a lot of these areas at the federal and state level, which is good. But the shnit on hishan kwade get the nan liniki with ikat bayada tiki to bayat hiki aje hot ego got hit nan liniki ba all zena do ba hot ilia to yat eto listen. I mean, is the Navajo Nation ready to even mail in ballot at the Hanita or Netza? Although different location of the voting ballot across the Navajo Nation, especially those Navajo people that lives off the reservation. Could they be able to vote in that particular precincts at different location as well? So I think we really need to step up as well. On the election office, we really need to. I guess there needs to be a revised plan, but I don't know if it's good to do it in the midst of an election year. The president, and I do see it as a candidate, been a candidate, obviously. That there's always a problem, especially during the inclement weather. Location because we have coined 2 different, especially during the general election, that you got the state, the counties, our Navajo people has to drive here and there, especially the people that works during the day. I mean, they have to vote in at the chapter level, and then they have to go to the county and the state level to vote. But yet, a lot of my area, especially these Navajo individual that lives on the borderline of the state, the county line. The one example is Touchy Blue Gap. So a section of a community is in Navajo County. So they, for the Navajo Nation, they have to vote at the chapter. Then they have to drive back more than 10 miles or 15 miles to get and vote at the state level. We don't really get our Navajo people don't have come out strong during the voting because we give them the runaround in different locations. You go and that, and then of course, I mean, like I said, people are always in line, especially in especially for our elderly or they're not able to wait in line. I've seen it. They don't want to wait in the cold, or they don't want to wait in the weather. And then, of course, sometimes, like for example, one of my chapter utilize a senior center, which is, I guess, it's okay. But again, you're closing down another service just to conduct election activity. So all you here don't hit now it got out. Because back when needs and that the back when not and that, and I've been bringing this up. And I sent an email to our legislative council or a list of what the state of Arizona had passed last year. Legislative Council and Department of Justice because on the area at the state level, how is it will affect our Navajo people? Need memo as of today. I haven't received a response on it yet. Ako baby na ko do add the deal don't hit nan linigi but ishan it deal nil joins and go so adan hit not after. So ben go halet ala stot ni hiego but silo that our Navajo people don't have to think twice if their vote or their ballot has been counted, and that they know that they won't have to stand in line for more than 30 minutes or an hour to vote. It is critical, Johnny, redistricting by our state for our Arizona side. And as you know, that it's going to be very competitive. The current Congressman Lindigi redistrict and then these are the reasons. These are the reasons why it's very, very important to participate in these redistricting process, And then, of course, the Census 2020. So all in all, at the Haneto, Kate the end the hot at the no banana dashet at the Honesan to and it ego to Tapayel kick up, but Kate the end the Eda Goshinti it equity no Yale kicker. I could dig a congressional district for the state of Arizona to go at the hot. Even though by a small margin, if you could mute your phone, the one that's clearing your voice, if you could be able to understand that the state of Arizona, District 1, we have a slight advantage for the Democrats, but if our Navajo people don't come out strong during the voting, then of course the other party will in a way dominate the numbers during the election. And then, as you know, that the state of Arizona has been focused. The former president was in Florence this past week. But I think the two senators are being targeted, especially Mr. Senator Kelly. They're trying to regain the party at the D.C. level. How do we, the Nani Kliniki, accommodate our Navajo people that their time to vote, accessibility is there for them, Otherwise, you know that a lot of our Navajo people lives more than 10 to 15 miles off the road. During the general election or during the primary, they won't be able to come out to vote. So I even go dig at mail-in ballot, absentee ballot, why can't that also be affordable to our Navajo people? So for that age, our own election system really needs an upgrade. That a lot of these options that we're talking about, the John Lewis Voting Act, on here. Especially the Shnit, all of the election offices are closed as we speak. The staff there's vacancies in there. At our own level, but that's determined by the majority of the voters in each of the states. I think that's the forefront. Maybe at the next NABI meeting, what is the status and what are being implemented at in our Navajo Nation election office and how they're coordinating. And I can show you some emails between I reference Touchy Blue Gap. I mean, during the county level, even though they live in Touchy Blue Gap chapter, they still have to go to a Whippoorwill chapter because only the county can only conduct or establish a precinct in that area. Then even if the boundary lines, even though they live in the community of many farms, but they still have to go to a different location just because of their physical location of the homes. So I don't know, because maybe that's the reason why we don't have a big turnout during the election, because people have to drive around to different locations and then the wait time. So so yes, there's time that we address the state and federal level, but majority of the time, what about ours? I hope to get an answer or get a written response from our election office and how what's the status of the office closures, and then why they're only giving limited voter registration card to each of the chapter. And then what are some options for our Navajo people to vote if they're working during the day? So once they get off the work, then by that time the chapters are closed already. So what that again, Ben Hitch, and now to go to Washington, because so ABD report given on Diego to Belat Tashin Nahote out and Sin So with that, Speaker, I hope that we have some resolutions or some type of clarification from our Navajo election office of what we're addressing at the state and federal level, and that's similar to how we're preparing for the upcoming election at the Navajo level. What Chairman, Speaker.
I'm going back to and then let me go back to Santi Lewis for response. Honorable Keelan, we're reaching out to election office, but again, this is a short notice, so we'll try to get somebody on from the election office. Let me go to Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis, what's yours?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to begin by thanking our leaders for expressing their viewpoint on this topic. It's so incredibly important. We want to make sure that we have the right to vote and also to put individuals in a position to represent us. And for the Navajo Nation, especially just given how many legislative priorities we have, it really does play an important role for us. I do want to just briefly mention the potential impact, and I'm sure everybody is aware of this, but many forecasters are suggesting that after midterms or in the upcoming midterms, we will probably see a shift of power where currently the Democrats control both houses, and so we'll likely see a change of that, and so many of the Democrats may likely lose their seats. We'll probably see a Republican-controlled Senate and possibly on the House side as well.
So I think we have yet to see what the impact is going to be with the upcoming voting season or with the voting elections. But in the meantime, I know that the Navajo Nation Council will have our full commitment to continue pressing forward with the Native American Voting Rights Act, and that is the Frank Harrison, Elizabeth Petrovich, and Miguel Trujillo Native American Voting Rights Act. And that was introduced earlier this year. The House version is H.R. 5008. That was introduced by Representative Davids. And then on the Senate side, it is S2702, which was introduced by our Senator Lujan. And I think that the Native American voting rights had several very important provisions that we fought for that would help the Navajo Nation. For example, it would require election officials to accept tribal identification cards as a valid form of identification. It would have also required state election entities to consult with tribes to determine the placement of early voting, ballot drop box, and polling locations. And also we were going to get at least one of those per precinct on tribal lands. And then it also required, the GAO was going to conduct a study on mailing addresses and also identify alternatives and just try to remove barriers to voting for tribal citizens. It would have required consultation with the Postal Service to ensure that we also address barriers to voting. And then, of course, it would have also allowed individuals without a residential address to use an address of a building for voting purposes. So many of the Navajo voters, because we don't have rural addressing, we could possibly have used maybe the address to a chapter house and use that as our place of, just for voting purposes, we would have been able to use that address. But the list goes on, and I think that we will not stop advocating for NAVRA. We can still continue to push this as a standalone piece of legislation. I think it was just really encouraging had it been included and passed in the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act, but we know that that's not happening. But I do want to recognize that it will be an uphill battle with passing NAVRA. According to the most recent, supporters of the Native American Voting Rights Act on the Senate side, we only have 21 sponsors, 20 Democrats, and 1 independent. And then on the House side, we only have 22 lawmakers who have signed on as co-sponsors, 21 Democrats and 1 Republican. And so I think that kind of gives us an idea of what the next steps are. And this really goes to Delegate Smith's question, which is what were the voting rights provisions in NAVRA that the Navajo Nation wanted? And then second to that, what can we do? What can we do now? And so the failure of the voting rights bill does impact us. We are one of the marginalized groups in America. We just because of our our inability to get to election poll sites due to weather, as mentioned by Delegate Begay, but also we don't have reliable transportation. Many of our, many families live at poverty or poor or below poverty. There's also long distances to polling sites. I think when we were just trying to craft provisions that would have helped the Navajo people in NAVRA, I think there was one individual who had to travel more than 3 hours one way just to get to a polling site. And that really is a barrier. And then, of course, just the lack of reliable mail delivery and the issues that we often have with our post office service, it really does create a barrier. So putting that aside, I think that we will just continue to push for NAVRA. We will try to push for this standalone piece of legislation. And then as far as a summary to help you share with your constituents, we will try to have one a simple one-pager crafted for your use by the end of the week, and if not, early next week. And I just wanted to provide those responses to the questions that were asked. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much with that response. Ms. Kelly, are you on the line?
The chair, put me in the queue.
From the Navajo Nation Election Administration?
That we are getting things done. I was hoping he would be here without.
Neuter. Ms. Kelly? Let me come back to the election administration. Maybe when I come back the next go around, you'll be ready to answer. Let me go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Elmer Begay at this time. Honorable Elmer Begay. That was it, right? Okay, and then Honorable Eugene So, and then Honorable Edison Wanika, and then back to Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Speaker, and around the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, and I had to share with Santon Luz, so from Washington office. Although the people that are on the line, though, that's not actually how it's conditioning. Although this about election voting they've been doing that called today. It seems like each year I guess people that used to cast their vote, elderlies, they make it like a very interesting way, that they vote. And yeah, they're gone because the ones that were serious about it. With this new generation that are coming in, that's what I guess you could say that people, if they want to, their candidate, they try to reach out to the young people. Or it seems like that's where the votes are more majority is. So, but my main thing, though, my concern people called shut away Miss Luce, bring this up and he couldn't that I just think that my minorities, the black people, but they went through that. So we see every day looking into news and what's going on with this white people and black people. They're being treated each other differently from even with the votes. But I know we went to Arizona, the American Indian Legislative Day. I thought people were more advocating for and with his voting rights. And then get up by it here. But I guess you could say that if you can be talking about something, if you can be address something, something very serious. We saw in the kind of teaching and say that if you can do that, if you can address something that's very serious, that's concerning people, concerning an issue that's concerning the community, then you can have to address it the right way. Look at yourself, and think about yourself. You can address that. Make sure you have that good standing position to address something correctly. That's a teaching from our elderly. So to support this, the voting rights with this today with us within the United States government. Just how my brothers mentioned what about our own government, our own election office, our own votings? Look at the history of it. It's been like that until recently. 2 years ago, that's what happened again. You can tell by the people voices of concern. Nevertheless, we didn't listen as election boards, as delegates, as legislatures. We continue until we got into a litigation, into a lawsuit. It's a people's concern. They can, if it's really, they can go to legal matters if they think that their rights has been violated. It's the people's rights, the people's if we really know about that, so why do we have to continue doing that? Why did this has to be in that kind of situation from the community, from the people? But they have a really concern to continue that. They have to pay their own with their own the best with their own money to pay to go into a lawsuit with us. Didn't stop there. It continued today. Look at ourselves. This is what we're doing. We say that it's people's right. What about here with us? Our own people. They have rights. There's no difference. So right now, my sister, Delegate Charlene So, proposed a drafted legislation within our own legislative branch, within the office of Chief Legislative Council. It's been there for so many months. Who's there that is not forwarding this election status, the people's concern, the people's rights that wants to move this? It's been there for, there's been delayed for so many months now. Is it because of one of our attorneys is part of the election? But the net on it's not me. It's the people. People calling us and say, "Why, delegates, you guys are not saying anything for us? We have our rights, so we have our own issues here within the Navajo Nation, our own government. Yeah, or to say we can see that. But how about with us? So, if we want to start addressing this, supporting a legislation and a bill that's out there to pick up our own first. So that needs to has we sound in the team to go. So this is something a concern that I have. So Speaker, I'm gonna make that a request to see what the status on that legislation that my sister delegate. So he even emailed it us a couple times, and still not moving. Sometimes we think that how the people are asking us when our delegates can say something about it. So she did that twice. Nobody's moving on it. So how do we do this? Who do we talk to? I guess that's a question that we need to answer. That what's the status on it? When is it going to be out there? Now the election is coming up already now. Is it intentionally being withheld like that? That's a question we have from the people. So, I know that maybe this is something that we think that's out there. We have something within our own government. So, it's good that we're talking about it, though. But let's address this. Let's make this something that's correct. That kind of action that we're doing. So it is about this. Some of my concern from the people's vote, people's rights. I wanted to say this for them. I know that they're about they're ready to say that, but the Bahas this part of Naabik'íyáti. So it is thank you.
Speaker can't hear you.
Okay, sorry, I was on mute. Good. Thank you, Honorable Alma Brigade. Let me go on down to Honorable Eugene So at this time.
Should say.
Oh.
So, Ida Panet any and loose it any Ashi Neil Ongo adult Adamalo and so Banfiski. Diego and she Hashin his talking in our Kessa. A Yodo day at a hot day had dancing. The kind of change is not nice, but it on case. Remember the aims that's the aggregate at the 8 beginning cricket were there. The people, our husband was not all at the Washington Congress. I don't want to say to hurt anybody that's a Republican, but Abahazen got all his agent that is in its agent. Now, yeah, that's it seems that it's kind of crazy how she talk on vacations because they're educated. She able to study on the house. A conde. But then did Abahazen go better than that for the agent that is in. I thought yesterday, the Queen of Hadashi. And lady, so Bahani at the state level. In the Republican in the that's the main purpose right now, what they were doing. The Arizona Republican owned but I go in Neil but we got some senators that are Democrat isn't there. But they're not really looking at that far. They're looking at the state level. This is the whole idea. I'm sorry to say this, but they're talking about civil war. There's the reason some of the times I talk to the police department, are we ready? What do we have? Even the Navajo Nation president should understand, are we ready for it? Like I said before, 2 years later, ammunition that don't have that on the shelf. Nobody's buying it. Nobody's paying for it. You're the so I just heard the other day during the January 6th committee, they know that there's 35,000 as a Zagi oath keepers. And to make it really bad and saddening is that 65% of it are veterans. And the others, some of them are policemen and also some are right now in active duty. We going to credit all in yet any dash late on Lake Dashi, Kadis at the net. That's what happened at January 6th. One day our enemies going to become our kids going to become our enemies. They have to say, oh, geez. Today, has changed that. And in that card, I'm just the whole, and states don't be the whole. I think I'm late in that case, confederately. In a state for state, as for the in Congress, the Democrats. These are the issue right now. The all say that this is not something that you can just look at. Our democracy is in question right now. That is, next year, they get all the states. That might be the end of democracy. So all say that the. So even now, when the greater arch, everyone has to halit. I don't think not on it any dark hide or he has on that Belagana. What's that? The bars and the good on us all. I need 8 or all issue on no, I get us this transaction. I don't want to name their names, but these are the Republicans that are in there saying these kind of stuff. And I don't know why cinema is in there. And with it, Khalid Adon has a job, but in his job, but in it, hard that year, and it's on some ownership. So no matter what, if you're Republican or not, we have to vote Democrats no matter what. This is what because I don't know how many more years election. But finally they're going to take over. Because at least this is in question is democracy. They don't want that no more. They want dictatorship. That's what the government is heading to. They might even impeach Biden if the Republican wins next year. They might impeach him. They're going to get rid of the January 6th committee. It's right now. So you really need to know that this is not just a voting day. This is just not something that we're going to be Democrat or Republican. It's all gone now. They don't have that no more. So in such case, so we need to be ready somehow. we need to get to those election area, even not even district in Yanaskai, to benefit more. And they're putting all the others in this, Secretary of State, governor, school board, all Republicans. They're going to have to say so no matter what. Even Arizona would win the Democrat again, they're going to turn the election, even though they lost. That they're trying to do right now. But I should be a hospital, Speaker, and all my colleagues, and all those who are listening. This is what is at stake for democracy. So this is just not playing around. This is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Honorable Kiamge, did you want me to come back to you now, or did you want me to see if there was a response available from the election office?
Speaker, I'll wait on the election office response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we go back to the election office first, and then back to Ms. Lewis if there's any further response. To the election office. Ms. Kelly, are you on the line from the election office? If there's none, let me go back to Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to the floor then. Honorable Edison Wanika and then Honorable Kiamge. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Honestly, I think it's Ms. Lewis for the information that you provided. I'm just really concerned about this, and it seems like we're not addressing the issue directly. We're just starting to talk about election administration and all that, which I have no problem with. But just thinking about the years I was with election administration, it's good the Navajo Nation Council is talking the way they are. But some of you that have been on the council for a long time, you know I was within the council chambers every session, addressing election issues, lobbying with the council. But even talking to them almost every session, it didn't really make a difference for the election administration. So now it sounds like we can really do something. So I think we're really, the best thing for us to do is to address the issue at hand. I know there's problems with the election administration in reference to voting, the long lines and all that. We even tried talking about doing an all mail voting, and that's what the Utah portion of Navajo Nation did, but it became an issue. And it went to court and they lost. What happened over there is there was more votes using the mail than any other type of election. More people participated. But the main concern was there was no translation of the ballot, which is always the case, whether it's in-person voting or whatever. And so, but in order to address the concerns that we have today, we have to address it pretty much directly. One of the problems we already had is the language barrier. We had to go to the Justice Department of Washington so many years back and address the 1965 Voting Rights Act. And based on that, the Justice Department filed a complaint against the states that had Native American voters, specifically Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona. And that's how the problem was resolved with the consent decree, making it so that the counties had to hire Native Americans to translate county and state and federal government election ballots into the respective native languages. So you have to get to the point of either filing a complaint like Honorable Eugene So is saying. You have to almost address these directly. And I'm concerned, very concerned with Senator Sinema, especially getting into office based on the vote of the Native American votes. And I'm just thinking that if we just let it be, things like that's going to continue. I'm going to ask Ms. Lewis, what's the process to initiate a recall in the senatorial district that she's in? And so we have to get that serious about opposing a vote that's so important to us, knowing that it's the minorities that put her into office. So, oh, what are you doing? Oh, what are you doing? Kudani, kudo alla panet on, kun hilhazan that alko aji nalki. At the end here, we say we're a nation. We're not truly a nation. We're still under the jurisdiction of the federal government. We need to start to fight within the confines of their government. And so one of those is recall that Hagi a baby kitchen nail shade up in Hitzi or little store. Otigit out or Yashwad or Kanal. A coke haven Nashitika. So I'd like to know if we can get together. And one of the things we don't do is we don't even have a voting block. We have so many native tribes in Arizona. There's Apaches and Hopis and what else. See that having to do with county, state, and federal issues. Okay, but that's not it. Little being fitzilo lesa. That on hindi those yadil kita. Of course, that on hindi abenina. Put out on his car. When I was the county recorder for Apache County, we had 55,000 registered voters in the Arizona portion. That's Coconino and Navajo and Apache. But it was just Apache County that had 54,000 voters. Okay, with Coconino and Navajo, Pesoshin, they were probably up to 70 or 80,000 without that many votes. Other with the other Native Americans in the state chain. These seminar that Ninge when Ajia. Okay, even as a band, it's the case of the Haila. Deal at I see both the toast. It did I bayat and so. When had the Zido, they had to add Otsada. So I don't know if the other minorities that are very concerned about her vote, maybe we can initiate a recall without saying that I need I see Yego, but that is all that didn't know things. Well, so Iba has stayed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that. Those comments and direction, Honorable Edison Winika. With that, let me go back to Honorable Kiamge.
Speaker, Chief, the other area that I neglect to mention earlier in my statement was I appreciate the council supporting asking the United States Postal Service to provide an assessment of the operations of post office on the Navajo Nation. Again, that's one of the reasons that I know that we have a bigger problem should the nation or the Navajo Nation initiate the mail-in ballot. Why can't there be 110 post office, knowing that our community members have a reliable zip code? Because again, another situation that we have, and it will be a problem with our people that's voting, because they're, for example, many farms area, a lot of them have post office in Chinle, but yet when they register, and I'm assuming that if they're registering, they say that where do you live, but yet have a mailing address that says another community. So akutat age kodon hitanan liniki ye go bebeche and now it. Yes, I mean we talk about situation outside. It's not the fact that I'm just really getting after our own program, but all I'm saying is that, I mean, the situation that we have a big concern should also be a bigger concern, or we should be addressing our own process and progress, because it doesn't make sense for us to really make a big issue knowing that right under our nose we have a bigger problem with the same situation. So kwagiki benago with ashibahasi don he na hont eki with be yashke ado shit on need at I mean oshin ashi on nahini yes that's all yeah the kadanidia kodo Mr. Winika Yahatzi is the Navajo Nation in the best position to start making it known to our legislatures at D.C. or even at the state level to say that if you're not doing enough, I mean, just the way our Navajo people looks at us, to say that that comes into play every other election, that if they're not satisfied with us, obviously they go to a different individual to be their representative. But it's very hard to do any recall, even in our own election process. But if we're talking about recall, I mean, whoever's initiating it, I mean, obviously have to start petitioning to gather as much signatures in order to do the election, and then the cost of doing the election. So to let them just serve out and see what happens. But what is it that the nation needs to do as a council? I mean, what do we say to Senator Sinema specifically? What do we say? And I believe I just saw a statement, but nothing was forward to the council. But I saw a statement that the Navajo Nation president sent a statement to the Senator Sinema. So obviously she didn't acknowledge that. I mean, I guess, and we do need a direction now that we brought it up. On behalf of the Navajo people, I mean, and how do we make a statement, or do we send a statement to her to say, "Dit on here, na hot dit ele, hot dit niche, what dit need of benadas, ini kediki that's yin hikato lost that's a queen so benas or konana to halet ela, halet ala bayit as a council. If anything, who will take the lead to say that the next week council session, and and public legislation the salia go the change to it or as a directive at the next week could speak on behalf of the council did honor so syndicate and habit elected could it or as a statement with that's it or is it ready to be brought back up again? That's the other question. If we say that all these 2/3 vote don't need to have 16 votes, it should be just a simple majority needed policy change. I'm sure that we'll have a bigger debate on it. If the voting rights, what they tried to do was just get a simple majority of a 51 vote in order to get it passed. But as is right now, it has to be a 60 vote in order to get this passed. So I mean, in the be being test case, because only get 2/3 vote, then get a simple vote. Not need to change. Go to give the deal class out up on the shikit on be in that shikit in that shizinke. But what ended need napa it need or napa nego. It really does need a 2/3 vote. Even they got override and I mean, it does need 2/3 vote, but if we say that, well, it should be just passed by a simple vote, I mean, will that a bigger outcry from the president's office as well that has on it? So anyway, what that that and it's not what I'm sure they have a reason. I'm not defending the senator. But I do have a concern on it. That what is it and how is it that, especially the Build Back Better America bill, a lot of tribal issues. Stop not beating on us. Go kodo. She's not really supporting that one as well. So even if we convince our own senator to do that, they still have a problem with Manchin, the Virginia senator. A Democrat, so even though if we convince her, we still have a situation for one more senator, and then which is out of our hand because he's the senator from the state of Virginia. So anyway, I should and yet all I'm saying is that while we're discussing the bigger issue at the federal level and the state level, I also say that we should also really closely look at our own offices, especially our election administration. Speaker Abahanana Sitole.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiambier. With that, let me go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Chairman Daniel. So.
I'm unmuted. Star 6. Thank you, Cecilia, Ado, and colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislative staff, and all the folks on the call. Just putting together some thoughts from all the speakers. Speaker, perhaps you could gather up all the tribes of the Arizona. I can't remember the exact name. Arizona Intertribal, something to that effect. If you could gather them up so that we can at least address as a group our concerns with what Senator Sinema is doing. And then one of the items on that table would be the recall initiative. So that would be the aspect. And I just want to reiterate that, we went through the redistricting. And on the New Mexico side, we basically made the state House of Representatives, the state Senate, the districts, and the precincts that make up those districts to coincide with chapter boundaries. And what Che Allen Begay talked about, where people had to go when there's a tribal election, go to the chapter house, and then they'd have to drive another 20 to 25 miles to go to a state and a federal polling place with the expert assistance of Mr. Leonard Gorman and Ms. Patty Williams and Chairman Hino and myself, and of course, Speaker and President. We worked hard to get that initiative, and that's what was adopted by the New Mexico legislature, the House and the Senate, and has been signed into law by Governor Grisham. So that just reinforces our work at the local level. On the Arizona side, it's a totally different story. What was put together, by the Che Allen and Brother Carl Slater, along with Mr. Gorman, along with Speaker and President. The state legislature just didn't agree in those same terms. So it's night and day. And so in that respect, then I think the Arizona side, we really just need to, if you will, force the issue. Issue is Navajo votes got Senator Sinema elected. The expectation is he support in the ongoing work, the Native American Voting Rights Act, in the ongoing work, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act. That's all there is to it. That's a major issue. And that ought to be a wake-up call to the senator. And then again, all the folks, the political action groups that worked hard to get her elected. I'm sure they're also re-strategizing. And so in that respect, I think that's where we need to be going. I'd like to, Chairman, request that we get Mr. Leonard Gorman to chime in on the aspects, because again, one of their biggest fights for the Human Rights Commission was the San Juan County, Utah issues. And so certainly I'd like to hear from Mr. Gorman respective of the issues that we face going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. As indicated, well, let me go to first. I have no problem trying to, well, definitely the Speaker's office can host some kind of tribal summit specifically on this as an invitation to all the tribes in Arizona. And I don't believe that would be a problem to coordinate that with the staff. So staff, I do believe, is gathering that information. And secondly, working with not only our inner offices, but also our close alliances too as well in that invite. Chairman, we did reach out to Mr. Gorman. We haven't heard a response yet. So let me reach out again, staff, if you could try to see if Mr. Gorman's available. With that, let me go back to the floor. I do have Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti, and then I'll go back to Ms. Lewis if she has any further information and see if there's anybody on from else from other entities. With that, Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti, floor is yours at this time.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the update and the report. I did want to ask our Navajo Department of Justice in terms of so the way things work out, if it fails from our congressional leadership, then we have to take our concerns and requests to the courts. So what are our legal actions that the nation should consider? Do we need to have this conversation in executive session? And my concern is with the county redistricting, like for San Juan County, we know that they packed parts of the county to disenfranchise representation. And so I think, Speaker, that's what I would want to hear, because we can't control the Congress. We don't know. I've never been on the call with Senator Sinema. I don't think she has a strong sense of Navajo position. And if she ignored President Nez's letter, who has, comes from Arizona, has a lot of political support in some of these Arizona counties, I think as a council, we should be working with our Department of Justice in terms of what are some legal positions we want to move forward, and what can we do on our end under the election office. I would like to see the plan. How are they going to use that $600,000? What are they doing to outreach? How are they getting voters and bringing awareness to be very proactive during this time? So thank you, Speaker. I just want to state, because election office is under legislative branch. So if there is something that we can control and change, is the function of Navajo Nation election office to meet the needs of our voters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With that, let me go back to the presenter first, and then I'll see if there's anybody on from the election office. I do believe that they said that someone would be on by 12:45. And then I don't know if Mr. Gorman, staff, I don't know if you reached out to Mr. Gorman, but let me go back to Ms. Lewis.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. First, I just wanted to thank Shija Delegate Elmer Duguay for his comments, as well as Delegate Eugene. So I appreciate those points. Next, I wanted just to address some of the questions that Delegate Edison Wanika had raised. First, I just want to let you guys know that Senator Sinema is up for re-election in 2024. The only one that is coming up in the midterms is Senator Kelly of Arizona. And I'm just focusing on Arizona for right now. I do want to respond to his question about, how can she be recalled? So what it does require is 25% of the votes that were cast would have to sign the recall petition. And it's a huge number, and it's also, it seems like it's been impractical and probably very improbable that we would even get that. But what we can do is just to apply political pressure to Senator Sinema. I also encourage the council and others to continue trying to, just educate her about the Navajo Nation's concerns. And I did share with the Navajo Nation Council a copy of the letter that was sent by President Nez to Senator Sinema prior to the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act vote. And in that letter, he explicitly raises what the Navajo Nation's concerns were, and just asking her, just really re-emphasizing that we are looking to her leadership to get the support we needed for the Voting Rights Act. And we did not prevail, obviously, because she voted against that. I do also just wanted to share that with respect to the Native American Voting Rights Act, so going back to NAVRA, we did develop a lot of those, we fine-tuned that legislation with the hard work of NNDOJ. We also worked with the Human Rights Commission as well as the Navajo Nation Voting Rights Administration. And so we did really work hard with a lot of individuals. And so many of the concerns that were brought up during today's discussion, including language barriers, travel, mailing, we really did hear the, some of the hurdles that they experienced in terms of casting their ballot. Those were all taken into consideration when we worked with our lawmakers in just getting to a draft of the Native American Rights Voting Act that would be acceptable for the Navajo people. And so I just wanted to mention that, because I think that their contributions and their participation was just incredibly important to getting where we are with that bill. Again, we will just continue to push that legislation. Let's see, I do appreciate Delegate Keelan Begay's comments. We will follow up on a request that we had made to engage in dialogue with the United States Postal Service. I know that at that time we were asking if there was a tribal, like a dedicated tribal liaison at the Postal Service who engages with tribes. And it seems like they were still looking into that question. So we will certainly follow up so we can also help the council, get that information. And so we can support all of you in that endeavor. Delegate, so it sounds like the Speaker's office is going to take further action, and I also appreciate your comments as well as Delegate Crotty. So in terms of follow-up, I think that we have addressed all questions, and we will certainly provide a summary at the request of Delegate Smith to just try to share more information about the events of this week and how it impacts the Navajo people. Again, we hope to have that no later than the end of next week. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Lewis. Let me go back. Is there anyone on from the Election Administration Office?
Yes, I'm on, Speaker. This is Rosita Kelly.
Yes, Ms. Kelly, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't know if you've been listening in, but there's been questions from Honorable Keelan Begay and now Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and specifically what the election administration is going to continue to do for continuous outreach and for, I guess, more of direction, not only this coming primary election, but moving into the general election too, for this midterm election, not only for the state, but for the federal government as well.
Okay. first of all, thank you to the council for approving the supplemental budget of $600,000 to the Navajo Election Administration. That the funds from that will really help with budgeting for the upcoming primary election. So going forward, we will advertise and both in the newspapers and then also on the radio. We'll be working on a script for the radio, and we'll be finalizing the forms for that next week on the 24th. So I think it's in all departments, we're met with the challenge of dealing with COVID and keeping our staff at ease and, just protecting ourselves and everybody else, their families and people around them. So we're kind of met with a challenge on meeting in person, but we've been meeting through teleconference, Zoom, and so we have been meeting regarding that, regarding the upcoming election. So we're getting ready for that. We will release the timeline for the Navajo Nation Council filing and also the Navajo Nation President, Vice President, the filing for that. But after the winter session of the council, because we still need that amendment to the voter registration deadline, we still need to make that change or have that change and approved by the Navajo Nation Council and then also the Navajo Nation President. So we're waiting on that. Once that's approved, then we'll have the timeline for the draft timeline for the upcoming 2022 elections. So that's what we're working on. And also we're working on getting a new database for our data storage, because right now we're being told from DIT that our database is really outdated and it's going to crash anytime. So that's what we're working on, and we're trying to use some of that 600,000 to go towards getting that database. And we're working with, as far as outreach, going back to outreach, we're working with the different metropolitan areas where there's a lot of Navajo people living, like Phoenix, Albuquerque, Salt Lake, Denver. We're working with the Indian centers there. And we have registrars in some of those areas. And in areas where we don't have registrars, we're working with the Indian centers to identify people that can be trained as registrars, so they can register people there, our Navajo people there. Also, the universities, so we can reach the university students, and high school, because a lot of the high school kids, not a lot, but maybe we can reach some students that are 18 and over at the high school still. So that's how we're doing the registration. And right now, as of October 2021, we had 118,400 plus registered voters within the Navajo Nation. And So we're wanting to set up registration drives, but due to the Omicron variant that's on the rise, we're kind of hesitant to do that. And I don't want to subject my staff to that, not yet anyway. So that's where we're at. And I don't know if you have questions for me. I will try to answer them the best to my abilities. Thank you, Speaker and the Council.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kelly. With that, let me move on down. Is Mr. Leonard Gorman on the line? If Mr. Gorman's not on the line, let me go back to the floor. I have Madam Chair Charles Newton in the queue. Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Also, thank you, colleagues, for this this conversation that we're having regarding an important matter that unfolded before many of our eyes yesterday. I can say that I was also disappointed in the outcome of this legislation, and most importantly, it's thought about the many Navajos who still continue to not vote because they can't. And I think that that perhaps the message needs to be sent from council. I am aware, and I have been told by the senators and the representatives that they understand and they know that council is the governing body. Granted, a letter was sent from President Naz to Senator Sinema, and I want to say that it was ignored, or perhaps maybe it was taken into consideration. If there is anything that we know as elected officials, it's that we vote, and there's a reason why we vote the way that we do. But we also know that any one of our constituents can ask us why we voted the way that we did. It is their right, and it is our duty as elected officials to explain the reason why we voted the way that we did. People will agree with us, some won't, but I think if anything, we need to ask why she voted the way that she did. It's also important that we, again, send a message from council that, the position that we take in terms of the legislations that are coming down from the federal government, we need to share that with our elected officials at the federal level and at the state level. Council speaks louder than the president's office. And so I think that the recommendations that have been provided are good recommendations, and I do support those recommendations, and I understand the importance of what this legislation was meant to do, but also what it's currently doing to many of our Navajo people at this time. And it's really unfortunate that in 2022, we continue to argue for the right of our people to have a voice in their government with voting. So, Speaker, I know that it is possible for you, Speaker, you also have a very strong voice among the tribes to call a meeting with the 21 Arizona tribes there and open up that conversation. Talk about what does it mean to them? What does it mean to Navajo? Where does it put us in terms of allowing our people to have that voice? It is possible, Speaker. When we negotiated the Arizona State Gaming Compact, at one time we had 19 tribal members, elected officials, council, presidents, chairmen, in one room talking about the importance of the Arizona Gaming Compact. And I know because we were able to bring in 19 tribes that it is possible to have this conversation with the tribes there in Arizona. So, Speaker, I'd like to request a second request that we have that meeting. I'm sure that the other tribes are just as impacted as we are. And then in terms of re-election, I know that we, as elected, as voters, we tend to forget. We forget things that have happened, and we focus on what's happening right now. And so I say that because Senator Sinema, may pull something out of her sleeve that is going to wow the Native American community. And we're going to forget that she voted the way that she did. I think that I could understand that, that there's probably a reason why she voted that way. But when I saw her shaking hands, and, to me, it looked like she was standing with the Republican Party. And I know that as Navajo people, we really don't think in terms of, Democrats or Republican when it comes to council or what's happening here under Navajo Nation government. But we pay attention at the state and at the federal level. We pay attention when we go to the polls. We pay attention when it comes down to the voting. And I think it's really important that, we make it clear that we stand and we support those who voted in favor of this legislation, and make it clear to Senator Sinema that we are watching her votes and that we are concerned. And being the largest tribe in the nation, that we do have an issue with the way that she voted, and make it clear to her how it impacts our Navajo people, especially those who are living here on the Navajo Nation. So, Speaker, again, I just want to encourage you, and, if you need assistance, I'm sure we can get, consultants to help us to bring these tribes together to have this conversation. So I do support that. I will also say that I'm glad to hear from our own election office that they are currently working with the Indian centers in Salt Lake City, in Phoenix, in Denver, and then also in Albuquerque and other urban areas to get registrars in place to help people vote off the Navajo Nation. I did get to meet with the Salt Lake City Indian Center and then Phoenix Indian Center, and those were the concerns that they did bring forward, is the fact that many of them live off the Navajo Nation, and they worry that their mail ballots won't count after what happened or after what unfolded with the Deschutes vote. So many of them feel that they want to vote in person, but it makes it very difficult for them to get a day off, to drive back onto the Navajo Nation and to vote at their chapter. So I think in terms of voting rights and making sure that our people have that we're hearing their voices when it comes to elections, I think we also have to look at our election internally and to ask those questions. Are we really making it available for people who are living off the Navajo Nation to vote and to restore their faith in the absentee ballots? Because again, many of them were concerned after the Deschutes issue that unfolded here in the Navajo Nation years ago. Many of our Navajo people have lost faith in our voting system. So I'm really excited to hear about the registrar. And please, election office, as a delegate, know that I am here and I'm willing and ready to assist. So if you need help with anything, sponsoring legislation, getting the word out, maybe even going out to the Indian Center to try to recruit people so that it makes it, easier for our people who are living in these urban cities to vote, please reach out to me and let me know how I can help. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. And again, that recommendation, we will definitely follow up on that moving forward, especially from the direction both you and everyone is pushing to have a statement made from the nation. And I think this is something that collectively everyone agrees on. And I haven't heard any opposition from any of my colleagues, so we will move forward with that. Colleagues, if there's any other further comments or questions at this time.
This is Delegate
Speaker
Brown.
Damon, this is Delegate Crutch.
Eugene, so,
Let me go to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, then Honorable Brown, then Madam Chair Amber Crotty, then Honorable Eugene. So,
Speaker, I'd like to get my questions answered from Department of Justice. Thank you.
we'll go to Department of Justice first. Department of Justice, is there anyone on the line?
Speaker, this is Catherine Belzowski from Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lazowski. I don't know if you heard Madam Chair Amber Crotty's questions. And if so, if you and your team had a response.
Thank you, Speaker. In regards to Delegate Crotty's questions regarding potential legal action and litigation, I would request that that discussion happen in an executive session. I'm not sure, and I apologize, Delegate Crotty, I don't know if I wrote down any questions that you had that didn't involve direct litigation issues.
Thank you very much, Ms. Blazowski. Now let me go back to the floor. Honorable Yellowhair.
Not only Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council. I don't know, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Speaker. I don't know, I need a the voting rights. By our concern is very important. We can't just let this go. I didn't know the voting rights. There's so many restrictions. Oh, that's on kitty. Up in not at a voting rights. We need to strategize to adjust our channels in Diego. Basically, Nika Sabedi, Kodo, not only Mr. Edison Winika Yahatsiki, recall that we need our voting concern to make it very strong that we are serious about this. You see, and so the Biga, Aron the Kodo, or Hayudet Bata Sosti, Shidoda Sabatis, Nevenaki, Nakinaha, Nakunda Jokanki, the Nebuzabe, who names Nani to the Don Hapa Wins, and we need a request to Navajo Nation, our veterans, we need to put out some kind of info to up to Washington, D.C. that we're there. We fought for U.S. Tony Clean at needed us started. A coti could Arizona and that could all Arabic Dito Republican Democrat Tata has jailed the gun that is the scientific case of Democrat and Republican, they are the same. Is out in the state on spot the Democrat Constitution Heritage Mr. Open test cases letter. Because Arizona, J. basically indicated then or the business rate are indicated example Highway 860 point now that home say Aaron Sand and Hubby Lands later. Laya e Kragoten out on test cases. College all eight on are represented on Leon Hunter Kita on Sunday. Sataya Ila Arizona does not start so not eight on answer are the Christians come with the hot Ingo. What are and he's represented state of Arizona and he's a lot of the Arizona that's all that they don't have needed that. I and half of the nosy. Do not criticism any yet cut in now. White House protesters. You would say, cliche, and what aimed at the oil of the but yeah, what are Arizona, what are the protesters that the are and also heartily based on the our strong voice opinion must be heard before the Senator Cinema must hear us his thoughts. Because all you teach heart is in the 8 hours shit is out. I don't be yet. Could all veterans and he didn't and he didn't over 2 and that's they went underage plus 16 better on that's just shade there. He was the first one got killed and up there but should be able to then it covers one but this basically see a beloved is as another teen as also if not this kids also okay what I over he knew that I did the by LT voting rights at Canada by LT he could also see Nilo in go earlier to make a direction once about this are supported but of any councilman 24 councilmen here to Cadil not on it 24. I see Ben deal here. How not not on by your TG, not on 24. Speaker, thank you for standing for us and then legislative council to our own legislative council. Your help is very important on the DOJ or Hito if we're on the line too. Let's do something about it and support it. Our Navajo Nation President Nez and Vice President Liza. I want to talk about us. The speaker here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That Honorable Yellow Hair, let me go down. Moving on to Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown, where's yours?
Ayate, 24th Navajo Nation Council Shanant Ado the Nebenat Ketnitlini, Naabik'íyáti when Yahanane Ado Betlin Dave Nishi, Nahandat Nishi, Yat Ehnana Ado a very important discussion that's going to impact our future of the Navajo Nation for our children. As we know it, we have numerous lawsuits against the state of Arizona and Utah in elections. And we keep winning using their laws, the constitutional laws. And now redistricting is upon us. I think this is where I call on my colleagues, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, to be strategic that, each of us, I think we need a calendar to continue to advocate at the 3-state level and Washington, D.C., along with the executive branch. I know currently we don't really do that. I don't see strategic plan. And I really don't also like that once a year, the state governments, the state leadership only gives us 1 day out of the year as Native American Legislative Caucus Day, et cetera. It should be maybe this is why we need to increase council delegates. I think we are stretched very thin. We are and I think simply we're in a day and age where there's so many moving parts, including water rights, now voting, land, etc., ICWA, all these lawsuits that are against our people and our nation. I feel like we are, maybe we can strategically, someone be in the Navajo, Washington office as an elected delegate, to visit these offices of the Republicans, including the Democrats, everyone that with the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. I know that we have a lot of work that needs to be done. And this is where I think that our chapter officials and our people need to understand the gravity of our work and how much we are needed in these spaces at the federal and state level as well. So how can we strategically, I'm sitting here listening to my colleagues and the report from Miss Lewis as well. You know, I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't even have a legislation. I understand that the timeline was really short. And again, so you know, it's very strategic. And they strategically put their people in these key positions as well, including the United States Supreme Court and the 50 states governorship as well. So how is it? I don't see that currently. Right now, you know, even the state of Arizona, we do have one of our very own, Ginger Torres, who's running for United States Congress. And I think this is where previous council we have talked about and moved, creating a legislation to put some Navajo Nation dollars aside and support our own people, and not just our own, but other individuals who are running for a United States Senate and Congress. Again, what I heard from other leadership at the state level is, you know, unfortunately boils down to when we were really advocating for Bears Ears, they were saying, well, money talks. And I think they hear that a lot. I think what we need to bring is strategically move to put our people in these positions as well, what others are doing. This brings to mind a conference that I attended in 2019, I believe, or 18. And it was the Victory Fund. It was an organization where they raised money, millions and millions of dollars during election season, only to give millions of dollars and to back senators in Congress. And they have found that these individuals did not speak for them fully. They started organizing all the way from how to strategically move through at the state level and leadership, understanding that, and then also all the way to electing the Navajo Nation president, becoming a delegate, I believe is in Wisconsin. And so other organizations are moving in that way, but I think sometimes we're very short-sighted, and sometimes we like to have debates amongst each other when the real fight is against us. And this is nothing that's opinions. It is documented through Congress with the relocations, with language, with boarding schools, and so much more. So, and I really like this model on what they use on how they strategically move, because the opposite side, who is planning our demise, our land, our status, you know, even attending United Nations, the United States government, China, Russia, very developed countries are saying, and they're standing in unison saying that Native American indigenous people no longer exist because they are fully colonized. Because they say they're losing their language and their way of life. They are taking after everything that we are. There's some truth to that. no ho ka di in the nanny linin hizad long todazin hin halona ayoba dadi ka kujidia became nature hobenina kodo shataj ehna di nin halenta a koho. I mean, it will be a challenge, but maybe colleagues, how can we strategically move to each state, and then at the federal level that somebody should be in that office as an elected delegate to represent and to meet with, not just once a year, not just when we're advocating for funds, but on a regular basis. The other thing is within the state, I believe it was North Dakota, when Senator Heidi Heitkamp was overwhelmingly supported and voted by Indigenous people, by Native Americans. What did that state do? They went and changed some of the voting rights policies and laws, and they implemented, doing away with PO boxes. And this is where the Navajo Nation community development, Mr. Baldwin's department is in rural addressing. We need to we as 24th Navajo Nation Council need to activate and really encourage our chapters to complete their rural addressing. I think we definitely have the manpower. We can hire our Navajo people we can activate that. I think just us talking about it with no action is really hard. So it was really hard for me this past weekend when I was in the march with Martin Luther King's children. And I felt like I was calling all the offices. So I appreciate DOJ answering my telephone call. I appreciate, and all the others unfortunately did not respond. And I appreciate Miss Dana Barbroff and answering my phone call and really navigating and completely understanding what's going on. Again, there's a sense of urgency in this. Maybe I support the letter, and I know that Kristen Cinema's office is here in Phoenix. Although I do support also in moving quickly and a recall. Whatever happens with that, but I think she needs to know how serious we are. This impacts our Navajo people, not just us, but according to other minority groups, their rights are also. How can we get together? How can we support just this one theme, just talking about the Voting Rights Act and marching at the state level and really making these phone calls. I really think that there's other strategic moves that we can learn from what has happened in North Dakota, Utah, on some of these, how they try to dismantle our voting rights. So, and then we see that in ICWA. And and when you look at the United States Supreme Court, that is not in our favor, the justices that are there. So that is no longer an option for us to look in that direction. So this is where the real work has to happen. This is where we have to listen to our people, and we have so many bright Navajo people all over the world. When I listen to them, what they give us is a lot of good pointers. I think we need, really to concentrate at home also on again, number one would be redistricting. Number two would be to write that letter. Number three would be to activate I don't know if it needs a legislation to recall Senator Kristen Sinema. And then the fourth thing is to start strategically plan, have, the New Mexico delegation to attend Santa Fe. And then in Arizona, to come down to Phoenix also, and then in Utah to Salt Lake City, and then ultimately Washington, D.C. That's where our job is. That's where we really need to utilize the Navajo Washington office to strategically, constantly, every week, one of us should be in these offices. And this is where PCART comes into play also. So I think our job, and I hope that, they understand the gravity of the work that we're doing. And sometimes we have to leave at a moment's notice to advocate for our Navajo people, for our land, our way of life. We're very good at that. We're very good at some of these negative comments. But I think that we're moving in this right direction with this conversation that we're having today. And again, I stand with my colleagues that I offer even to election office. I hope that election office, you're having an emergency Zoom meeting on this nonstop, that you're bringing your Navajo Nation election board together. I hope that on the next agenda for the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, that this is a big topic, that we are strategically moving at all levels, including Navajo Nation Department of Justice and our Navajo Nation Washington office, including our lobbyists, that these individuals are not, well, I'm not asking them for a favor. I'm asking them this is what they're trained in, and they're the expertise in these areas. And I'm going to rely and lean on them at this time. So Navajo Nation Election Office, please research this and familiar yourself with what is going on in DC and how this is going to impact. Maybe this, or maybe it's not your job, and let us know for that. Akoho. Again, I think we know what we need to do. So I hope that we are going to push rule addressing. I feel like this is where, and we got to think ahead and what their moves are going to be next. I think we need to stop being a reaction nation and wait for something to happen and then react and talk about it after. How do we anticipate? We do have such a big nation and a lot of departments and then Navajo Washington office. So in Kinch Kedo election thank you, Ms. Lewis. Thank you, election office, for your report. Navajo Nation DOJ adoshanant linigi.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. With that, moving on down, we go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. From Chair Amber Crotty. Went twice. I'm Chair Amber Crotty going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours. Can you hear me? Yep.
Sure.
Oh.
So, you come on it, and I see that passion there. Big passion there. The way Chris Candace, beyond, he is not playing there, has been late. Senator McCain. I see you, but need to. Democrat, educate easy. But we have to really understand that only maybe 1 or 2 might side with us. Those that were on the 1-6 committee. Other than that, Republican is when it's out on the we had to really understand that Arizona is run by Republican, even though our representatives could almost not build the need though they not need but then but where we're at, we had to really understand that the Republicans in Washington don't really look at us no more. We don't matter no more. But then we have to understand that we can talk all we want to about how we can change this and that. I'm all for it, yes. Maybe in the cases there what up and down. But one thing I see about Republican thought that we have to understand that us the council delegate and all those that are listening, we no longer is going to be back up by any Republican if we're going to strive as a Democrat. But if we're Republican, yes, we have your flower there. Because all these targets that have been set for by not any the targets, those are the ones that they were targeting. These are the Republican states. Those are some of the targets of the language barriers that out of mail in that absentee that out of not enough time to vote out of 100 out on the absentee vote that all these things they were looking at that, when they were making their move. You have to understand it. That's why they're making it hard for us to vote. Understand that that's the whole idea, is for us not to vote as Democrats. The AGC can get that. It's a target. They've been at this for a long time. That's why they're developing the state. And you all know, you saw it was audit. The votes were audit in Arizona. There's no fraud. That means that, but they still kept doing it. You know, we need to understand what's going on. No, we're at this age now. We're divisive. There's division. So these are one question that I need to know is the Washington office audit. Now, how can it be not 1/6 down? Did they see it? Did they see what happened? And also, we need to also be on top of everything that's being moved by Republican at the Washington level, and also at the state. They to ask our case, you need to know what are the everything. It might go our way, but at this time, it's a 50-50. It's a this coming election. So we don't let Republican take over. That's it for democracy. I'm telling you, to let you know this, that's over with democracy. All our soldiers, they fought across the and other countries for democracy. Republicans and so those are really scary words, a scary situation. I think you hear those Republicans. I mean, I don't know, you hear as a Democrat what's going on in Washington, what's going on in the United States, and other countries. I thought it's better husband. They know that we're just right on where we're gonna get rid of the democracy. This is where we're at. I think they we are there. By your see what we can do to fight this. This case, a lot of former Republicans that are they're telling the Democrats to vote Democrat no matter what, because they fear it too, because it's different. It's different now in this day and age. I wish you could all understand that this is just another day of a voting. This is the whole day. It's not like that. We had that thing's all long gone now. So even now, also so comrades and all that or listen, I'm really, really worried about my democracy, because for my veterans, all veterans across the United States, they fought for it. Even now, I really fear a lot of people that came back, our veterans, for fighting for democracy. And that's why I really fear what's going on right now. And I just wish and praying that don't happen. We can talk all we want to about this is where we stand right now. As you all know, every senator, you know that. You know, Republican news out they're no longer going to they're fed up with us, the democracy. They want to go on their own, maybe a confederate nation, a state for themselves. So I know they already took out an area where they're going to govern. It might be a dictator. That's how Cuba was lost, because of the lie. They lied and people got divided. Even now, communists. Yeah. So we have to understand it. I show it. Though they shouldn't even should say I show it. If she had not this, this is right now. This happening to us. It's looking at us. It's at our door right now. I show it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eugene. So that I don't know if there was any specific questions, but let me go back to Ms. Santee Lewis, if there was. I don't know if you want to respond, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just say that our team works very hard to monitor and keep the Navajo Nation apprised of ongoing and developing issues. As we all know, the voting rights bill, there were talks of this bill for months. And I think that a lot of, I guess maybe the leaders, like the Senate Majority Leader, President Biden, they have been in private negotiations talking about when that was going to drop. And it was a surprise, and it did kind of come to us as a surprise on late Sunday when he announced that he was going to go ahead and move it to the floor. So I think that, it was very reactionary. However, it was like that for the rest of the country. And we do really just try to keep a good pulse of what is going on. And I just want to make a quick pitch for our Washington Weekly. We do have our weekly publication that includes updates. We do try to include a piece wholly dedicated to legislative updates. So there is one section that it usually provides updates on what's happening on the Hill, what are some of the movements on critical legislation important to the Navajo people. And then, of course, over this past couple of years, it seems like COVID has really impacted us and has really consumed a majority of our time with respect to ongoing tribal consultations. So similar to the area where we cover legislative updates, we also have a section on where we are with tribal consultations. And so I hope that you find those updates helpful. We really do try to share information on what's going on in Washington, D.C. So I hope that helps with Delegate those comments. But just thank you for the opportunity to provide this report, and thank you for all your comments ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, this time, any other comments or questions on the report that was given by Ms. Lewis? Only twice. And 3 times. Go to board, accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay. Honorable Kealan Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenaz Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Kenaz Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenaz Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote.
Halona
Honorable
votes green.
Honorable Al Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote is not yet. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote? Honorable Odo So votes green via text. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green. This is Delegate again.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Speaker
I vote
Damon.
green.
Excuse me,
Mr.
Honorable
Thomas.
Jr. votes green.
Walker.
With that, Speaker Damon, you have 21 delegates in favor, 0 opposed, with presiding chair, Speaker Damon not voting.
Thank you very much. That on the receiving report.
Freeland's green. Speaker Freeland.
With Honorable Freeland, that changes to 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. That, colleagues, moving on down. Thank you very much, Ms. Lewis, and thank you very much for joining us. Short notice too as well. And we will definitely be working with your office on achieving the recommendations. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. We did have a new, well, no, we didn't. We are on item number 6 now. Old business, there are none. Moving on down to item number 7. New business, item number A0257-21. Sponsored by myself, co-sponsored by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Halona. That, colleagues, is there a pro tem chair would like to take over. If there's no amendments on 0257-21, we can just I'm just kidding. I can just preside still. Unless if Honorable Freeland or Honorable Halona as a co-sponsor, would you like to co-sponsor the legislation at this time? I mean, present at this time.
Speaker Damon, is Solana?
Yes, Honorable Halona. Honorable
I
Halona,
just
would you
got a
like-
little bit part about that. You needed a sponsor, you said?
Yeah, would you like to present on behalf of legislation 0257-21?
I suppose I should present, yes, Speaker.
Okay, work it that way then. That, colleagues, moving on down, legislation 0257-21, Honorable Halona is going to be your presenter. I know that there's co-sponsors too. I mean, not co-sponsors, your agents. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0257-21, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council allocating $1,166,003,000 of Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds, approving the Navajo Nation fiscal recovery fund expenditure plans for water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation projects, bathroom addition projects, and hardship assistance. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland, and co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. Naabik'íyáti is the first committee of this legislation. There are no other committee reports. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0257-21, can I get a motion?
Yellow hair.
Motion by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second?
Charles
Honorable
Newton.
Wilson Stewart. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions? Going twice.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair. That will get Crotties on the queue.
Okay. That, colleagues, we have in the queue. That we go to Honorable Halona. Honorable Halona, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Speaker, and colleagues on the Southwest Navajo Nation Council. Naabik'íyáti, good morning, everybody. And we're sponsoring legislation 0257-21, resolution relating to the allocation of $1.1 billion in Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund. And I understand we're going to have some issues with this. People had talked about this during the last session with the work session, and there were lots of questions that had been posed. And the biggest one was about why there was no water projects in this legislation. And those have all been explained as why they were not in there. The chapter did not put those in when they were putting it into the portal. And why they did not, I have no idea. but I understand now there is several amendments to this legislation. So I'm not sure exactly what we need to do right now. I know that something needs to be changed with the hardship assistance that was in this legislation. The $207 million needs to be taken out because we allocated that $557 million for hardship assistance. So those things need to be taken care of as well right now. And then whatever other amendments, any other delegates would like to add to that, we'll just have to stand by and see what they want to propose. And so with that, Speaker, I think we want to go ahead and start moving forward with the amendments that some of the delegates would like to propose and discuss those. And so that'll be the end of my presentation right now, and I'll be willing to answer questions if I have any questions coming out. Speaker?
Thank you very much.
I think I've got Mr. Austin Chaco might be on the line if I had for my agent, if there are any other questions as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chaco, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Again, good afternoon. This is Paulson Chaco, Chief of Staff for the Office of the President, Vice President. Ado, everyone that's on the call for listening in on this very important discussion that we're going to have regarding 0257. Mr. Speaker, let me just go ahead and preface this meeting with just a little background, Mr. Speaker, and Council. The 025721 we have had numerous meetings on this since last summer. We've had work sessions, we've had the council, we had meetings with chapters, we had meetings throughout the year on this. And we also have provided as much information as we could gather regarding 0257 and the infrastructure bill. Multiple work sessions have been made with council. A huge amount of time and effort put in by all of the enterprises, all of the divisions, and all of our partners that in the consulting field to provide all the information to date. So a lot of time and effort has been put into this. In addition, Mr. Speaker and members of the council, as you recall, during last year, even last year when COVID was at its peak, now it's at its peak again, we asked our congressional leadership, our state leadership, the need for infrastructure dollars. And now we have the opportunity for these infrastructure dollars to develop all the water, power, and wastewater homes on the Navajo Nation, and to show congressional leadership that we are serious about providing these type of services to our Navajo people. In addition, Mr. Speaker and Navajo Nation Council, we also have the potential for this infrastructure bill to provide good paying jobs to our Navajo people within the next couple of years. And as I talk with our enterprises, and they have informed us and gave us some numbers on how much jobs will be created within those timeframes. So even with the economic impact of this legislation, it's very important that we move forward with this. Finally, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, we really are requesting to move the infrastructure bill forward. Time is not on our side. We have a limited amount of time to implement these projects. We are faced with challenges with regards to materials, labor, and that and the like, so that that hinders our processes. So we really need to get the legislation moved forward, Mr. Speaker and members of the Nomination Council. Now, in my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I will be brief on the infrastructure bill or in the infrastructure legislation. I'll go briefly over the water, wastewater, the broadband, connecting homes to electricity, housing renovation, bathroom addition, with the assistance of the NTUA employees, Dr. Yellowman, and also Brett Grubbs from NECA. So those will be the people that will be, those are the people that will be answering specific questions to 0257 infrastructure legislation. Mr. Speaker, if I may, if we could put on the screen the water, wastewater summary sheet. We don't want to go into that big binder that was provided to the council. I'm sure you had a chance to take a look at that big binder that delves into the specific of each one of these categories. However, I just wanted to do a summary of each one of the areas. For instance, water, wastewater, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if that summary has been forwarded to the council. And I will go ahead and go over the summary of each one of these areas. So, Mr. Speaker, water, wastewater projects, the summary basically entails drinking water. We have a total of 7 projects for 38 million. Drinking water source, we have a total of 10,700,000. Drinking water storage, 1 million. Clean water, centralized wastewater treatment, 57 million. Clean water centralized collection and conveyance, 41 million. Water treatment, 10 million. Transmission and distribution, which is water lines, 97 million. Water source, 14 million. And storage in the amount of 9,800,000. So total, Mr. Speaker, members of the council, those are the areas. We have 300 million identified for water, wastewater projects. And as I indicated, each one of these is, and the specifics are in that binder. In addition, I believe the speaker and his staff forward you each delegate a 2-page summary sheet of each one of those areas that I just described. So you should have a copy of that for your review. In the area of broadband, Mr. Speaker and members of the 24th Nomination Council, we do have broadband middle and last mile projects. And broadband last mile projects, $31,852. Broadband other projects, this is now nationwide. Middle mile infrastructure, we have 104 projects at the cost of 68 million. We also have broadband grant funding for various carriers that doesn't include NTUA in the amount of 20 million. We also have broadband, again, another section for broadband grant funding for various carriers in the amount of 25 million. We also identified rural addressing for 50 million, public safety for their services, E911, 5 million, cybersecurity for 8 million, total of $208 million for broadband. We move forward to connecting homes to electricity and house wiring projects. Electric connections, these are locations throughout the Navajo Nation, a total of 3,977 customers at a cost of $160 million. We also have housing, other housing assistant or solar systems And those are across the Navajo Nation. We anticipate 800 customers in the amount of 40 million at a total cost of $200 million for connecting homes to electricity. And what I will do, Mr. Speaker, is if I may, I'll give the floor to Dr. Yellowman to go over the bathroom additions. If I may, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Speaker and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to the Chief of Staff for this time as well. The infrastructure delivery team, we have been working on the bathroom additions. We were first funded under the CARES Act last year. We were able to successfully implement bathroom additions in various locations based on staging areas and the SDS listing. That was with the CARES Act funds. This year in 2020, last year in 2021, we continued with bathroom infrastructure, being that we were in the declared emergency for COVID, and we utilized the Citizen and New Mexico Capital Outlay Funds to do so, and keeping our bathroom addition construction crews intact with NECA. This year, with the ARPA funds, we are requesting for additional funds and appropriation to continue providing bathroom additions throughout Navajo Nation. We did open a DCD portal and solicit specifically for bathrooms. We have a list well over 4,800 recipients, and these are from the chapters that responded based on need. The chapters responded to the bathroom addition request and requested for bathroom additions. We had various mandatory bathroom addition orientations to solicit for specific information on the type of services needed for the bathroom addition. From those data that we collected, we were able to put together construction schedules or values of schedules, construction need based on various areas, and complement that need with the water, wastewater project listing, along with the IHS SDS listing. So it is, in essence, a total package under the bathroom and wastewater listing as well. The funding will be appropriated if approved and supported, and we will continue the agreement or subrecipient agreements that we've had in place with NTUA and NECA to perform the bathroom additions. And we're very hopeful that with what we've provided in the last 2 years, that we may continue with the ARPA funds moving forward on the bathroom additions. So I'll put it all in there, and we look forward to a good discussion today. Yeah.
Good evening.
Thank you.
That concludes our reports.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lona. With that, colleagues, we do have a motion and we do have a second. With that, let me go to the floor. I do have, this is who I have in the queue. I have Honorable Winika, then Madam Chair Crotty, then Honorable Vice Chair Smith, and Honorable Kealan-Begay. With that, Honorable Winika, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity. I want to make an amendment to this legislation. But before I do that, I want to express my reasoning during this amendment. I agree with Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco. We had work sessions on this, and I think all the concerns that we have been addressed to an extent. There's some things that are still a concern to us. And I think that's the reason why there's going to be amendments. But one of the things he brought up is time is really of an essence. And there's no question it is. If we start making amendments, there's no question that when it gets to the president's office, there is possibility, a real possibility that he's going to start vetoing certain amendments that are being made. And my amendment's going to have to go into this legislation 025721. And you know what's going to happen. We're going to start shuffling the monies. And just like Mr. Chaco said, with that $557 million for hardship, there was already a plan in place for $600 to go per person, and 200 and some million, which was going to be used. And the other plan that it affected was for $2 million to go to all 110 chapters. So when we did an amendment or legislation for $557 million, the $2 million that was supposed to go to the chapter is no longer there because of it. And that's what I mean when we start making amendments. I'm really glad that the President's office is on the line. If at all possible, you know, Mr. Chaco, we met on this particular amendment that I have, but that was prior to doing the amendment. We discussed the possibility of getting $2 million to decontaminate the facilities. And this money all are supposed to be directly to address COVID. And this, no question, addresses directly as far as what we're going through because of the virus. And if at all possible, if there's a possibility, if I can use UUFB, Citizen Fund, or the $113 million that's unallocated, or the over $600 million that's outside of OPRA. I know that particular amount is already being used. But if there's another way that I can get this funded, I would go that route instead of starting to amend 025721. If Mr. Paulson, if you can respond to that, I would really appreciate it before I make the amendment. Speaker, I would request that Mr. Chaco make that response before I do the amendment.
Let me go back to Mr. Paulson Chaco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Halona. Let me go back to Honorable Halona. Honorable Halona, there is a question to your agent.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I'd like to go ahead and refer that to Mr. Chaco. Mr. Chaco, can you respond to that, please?
Thank you, Honorable Member Delegate Halona, and also Speaker, for that question with regard from Honorable Delegate Winika. Yes, as let me as indicated by the president and also in previous discussion with council, president is very adamant that the 0257 infrastructure stay intact the way it is. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker and members of the council, is that we at the executive branch and also with the assistance of the enterprises and everyone else went through a project development process to develop the list that you see, which is doable within the time frame based on all parameters that we had to take a look at. We had to take a look at everything from contracts to right-of-ways to everything you can think of in project development. And that's how the list we were able to develop that list. So that's the reason why we want to keep the projects intact. However, if there are amendments to this legislation, as indicated, we have in 0257 $958 million, as I indicated, in infrastructure projects. And if that remains intact, there's still about 112 million that's still not identified for any projects. So if you go beyond the threshold of the $112 million, then you're going to have to dip into those categories that I described: power, water, broadband. I'll give you an example. If an amendment is made for, let's say, 80 million, then there's 20 million left. And if there's another amendment made for 40 million, you're going to have to take 20 million out of the infrastructure, the 0257 infrastructure somewhere. So that's how it is. It's not money that's, so whenever you take money away from beyond 112, you're gonna have to take it away from the bigger infrastructure bill. So that's how that's gonna work. Now, to specifically address Delegate Juanita's question, as I've talked with some certain delegates, we were able to find ways to address issues. For instance, Delegate Juanita, you introduced legislation for burial assistance. We were able to work out, you were requesting burial assistance for UUFB. However, we were able to find funds in the donation to do what you were proposing. So with that, Mr. Juanita, we can find a way for the decontamination of those facilities from other sources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, this is Edmund. Can you put me in the sheet pen, please?
Thank you very much, sir. Chaco, Chairman, we got your text message. With that, back to Honorable Helona, does that complete your response? Honorable Helona?
Speaker, I'm also on the line, Freeland.
Honorable Helona? Honorable Helona is on the line.
Yeah. Yes, Speaker, I'm here on the line. I'm back on again.
Is that your complete your response?
I will complete that response right now, yes, Speaker, and I have another question.
Thank you very much with that. Let me go back to Mr. Winika.
Yeah.
Honorable Winika. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker and Honorable Helona. Appreciate this legislation. Based on the response, it seems like
don't come on
with the leeway but really not much is available, 112 million. So we'll really look at that and stay within that as delegates. I think will really help us to expedite this particular legislation, because we're doing this for the benefit of the people. Get this going as soon as possible. So I think it will help. So I'm going to go ahead and have my amendment be read into the record. Would appreciate it if you could have Mr. Rico do that for me, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Ms. Chief of Staff, hold on first. Chief of Staff, I need another staff member in the chambers to follow the amounts of funding immediately.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
No,
No, Chief Paulson, not Paulson, not you, Paulson. Ms. Yazzie.
Yes, Speaker, got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Renika. With that, on the amendment, to the amendment, to the motioning party, I would highly recommend, Honorable Renika, that you include that amendment to take out, to fix the amount too as well. And that amount is on the hardship, to take out the $207 million, so that it can line up correctly. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number 1, on page 1, line 12, delete overstrike $1,166,003,000 and insert $1,186,003,000. 2, on page 1, line 17, after project and insert new language, underscore facilities, safety and decontamination projects, end of new language. 3, on page 5, line 29, delete $1,166,003,000 and insert $1,386,003,000. 4, on page 5, line 29, after project and insert facilities, safety assurance and decontamination projects. End of new language. 5, on page 12, line 23, insert new section as follows. Section 8, approval of facilities, safety assurance and decontamination expenditure plan. A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Facility Safety Assurance and Decontamination Expenditure Plan set forth in Exhibits H and H1. B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF Facilities Safety Assurance and Decontamination Expenditure Plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $20 million and allocates the funding as follows. 1, $20 million to the Navajo Nation Facilities Maintenance Department for public health prevention in congregate settings, mitigation, expenditure, eligibility categories 1.4 as set forth in Exhibit H-1 with administrative oversight by the Division of General Services and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. End of new language. 6, add Exhibits H and H1. 7, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs, section, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustments of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment shall supersede all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Also attaches a new exhibit H, Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Facility Safety Assurance and Decontamination Expenditure Plan. Also exhibit H-1, Department of Justice Initial Eligibility Determination for Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds. Mr. Speaker.
The way this, like colleagues and Honorable Monica, the way this amendment is written, it specifically puts us into the red. I can't accept this amendment as it's written, Office of Legislative Counsel. I need the record to show that the initial amount, if you look on page 1, line 12, the very top one, I need the language in there first to say that we need to delete the 207 million out of there and insert that one so that 207 million shows that we're not going into the red. I don't know how long that's going to take to put those two amendments together. We never taken since I've been chair or even speaker, we've never taken an amendment that put us over into the red.
Speaker, this is Dana. May I?
Yes, yeah, yes, Ms. Barbara.
At approximately about 1:53, I sent out an amendment that would delete the hardship, the dollars and the expenditure plan, the 207 million. That amendment, nobody requested to sponsor it, but it has been sent out. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, may I sponsor that one?
Oh, well, we can amend it, but they have to be put together. That 116, you have to start off with taking out the hardship language. You have to, so you have to drop the one down to 959 million.
3,000.
No, the very first line where it says delete 955 million, then you're gonna have to add 20 million to that.
979.
Yeah.
Point of order, Speaker.
Auto show point of order.
Thank you very much. I guess your guidance to entertain the two in one amendment is something that needs to be addressed. But I think that in order to move forth, and you're right, that Speaker has not moved forth to overexpend any type of fund. So in this situation, I would ask that you have Mr. Winika, Honorable Winika, go back with his amendment and then allow another delegate to do the first amendment required to take out the 208 million that relating to the hardship fund. That's all. Thank you.
I'll go back to Honorable Nika. Honorable Nika, we can put them together, but it's up to you, Honorable Nika. I just can't accept your amendment the way it is, just for the fact that it's going to go into the red.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I would go with your recommendation to put it together.
Okay.
Because if there's other amendments, I'm afraid that whatever is available is going to be gone by the time it come back to me.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Nika, colleagues, I'm going to recess for about 10 minutes.
Speaker Dana?
It's
Helona?
Honorable Helona? Yes.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to get the right amendment because I see there's Ms. Barbara sent out two different ones, one at 150 and another one at 201. And both of them have different numbers on it. So I was wanting to get that clarified.
Yeah,
which one we're working with.
Yeah, the one was with 500 and some odd million, and the other one was clarified for the 207. So colleagues, it's 2:22. We'll come back into recess at 2:35. We'll make it 13 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, while we're on recess, is DOJ able to help delegates with amendments and then have them reviewed by Legislative Council?
For the latest one, that one says 112. But what I'm seeing is the other one says it's 113. I
We
don't
could
know
hear
if
you,
that's
Speaker.
the correct one is the one that's going forward. Oh, Madam Chair, Abercrombie, could you state that again?
Sure. Could Department of Justice assist delegates with amendments and then have it reviewed by Legislative Council? I requested an amendment to equally distribute to the delegates the remaining amount.
Okay.
I need some options.
Okay.
Or do I draft that myself?
I don't know.
Because if we do, we get about, each of us would get about $54 million to work on projects that would directly impact and provide for our district.
Okay. What did you turn that request into Office Legislative Council yet?
Yes, I did. And they don't have the capacity right now, so I need another option.
Let me have a response with you here in about a couple minutes.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
And Speaker, if I might on that, Delegate Crotty did submit a request this morning, and as I explained, that is an absolutely major amendment that to distribute all of the funding among the delegates. So she is correct. The Office of Legislative Counsel cannot cover this meeting and draft that amendment. My guess, if I was drafting that amendment, DOJ is maybe faster than me, but if I was drafting it, I would block off 10 to 15 hours to do it because there's so many pieces that have to be put into that. So I am perfectly happy if DOJ can take that over. Thank you, Speaker.
Department of Justice. Is there anybody on any leadership that's willing to take on that amendment to help assist Madam Chair Amber Crotty? What is she talking?
Mr. Speaker, this is Mel Rodas.
Yes, Mel.
Good afternoon, sir. The Tax and Finance Unit of DOJ is very busy right now reviewing last minute FRF submissions. But let me touch base with Madam AG and I'll get back to you. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty. If I could get a Word document of the legislation of 0257-21, I could start editing that response. We're being blocked from amendments because of capacity. but there's millions of dollars on consultants. So I could work on that if there's a Word document and submit it. Thank you. We do have delegates who are supporting this initiative. Thank you.